I have my boat. I have. There we go. Put that down. Don't join yet. First, shareable link. Stream. Oh my goodness. The other featured content creators can't keep up. 4 in a row, just me. Hey, Ash is first. Wazza! Now we need to switch over to live chat. There we go. The first game we've got. It's a Sammy player. Lord Frogneros, one of the viewers. Move the mic a little closer. Hopefully that won't make too much noise. Okay, didn't complain too much. Okay. What did the Sammy do with this infantry? It has the audacity to watch me capture this. That's mine. Hello, hello. Where can you reach? I'd like to have vision of both of these. Looking good so far. Let's go here. There might be some fighting coming up. You can go back for that. Over here. This infantry did not go up here. It instead went into the woods, which is what Math Blitz was saying is kind of more of the standard. So the choice, what to buy here. Artillery, infantry makes a lot of sense for its assault over here. In fact, I think it's probably. But I'd be willing to do a match with you. I haven't really been accepting challengers. Kind of want to have vision of this stuff. Interesting. Basically because I spend most of my time the tournament turns and the stream, predominantly the stream, and I get a lot of challengers. So I've just kind of gone to a policy of if you want to play me, you get to play me on League or in one of the tournaments. Nothing personal. No worries, Reginald. No worries. The VODs, the advantage of doing all of this on YouTube is that the VODs are very, very accessible. Okay, so I can definitely take this. Strike down here with impunity. I can also strike here with impunity, which looks a lot better. Bring in the artillery. Start going for the capture. Maybe hitting here is better. Fake what I'm doing with that. Yeah, YouTube VODs are much nicer than Twitch VODs. Yeah. It's very true. So the advantage to going over here is that I can then have these tanks kind of working together. And I get to deny this capture. Maybe deny 2 captures depending on how much JLSR wants to hit my tank from the city. I kind of like that. So I can go swing, swing, and then this infantry is in the way of this tank, making it to the city to hit my tank. It can hit from the forest instead, or these 2 infantry can be used to clear this infantry out of the way. But then I'm interrupting 2 whole captures. It's pretty good. And with this infantry hit, there isn't another one that really wants to start this. I think that's what we'll do. Over here. Don't really want to hit that. Just kind of move our way down, so we're not fighting over this mountain. I think I want to go here so that I can hit to try and contest this city in case. Fortunately, it's very easy for me to defend over here. Going over here is not great. Very vulnerable infantry. I think I will wrap around like this. Decide if we want this guy over here. Guess so. Can hit from the comm tower. I don't really want to stand here because that opens up this 3-hit KO strike from the city. What I could do is just take a step forward. Wall. I'm not super worried about an infantry hitting my artillery when I have another artillery covering it, so I think it's better to... Here, I could also just move here. I like that. And then it's really annoying to try and clear the city. I still threaten to take this capture. You're into round 3 of the Discord Cup. That's great. I have to build a tank down here. Get another artillery, I guess. Tank over here makes sense. See, this would cover 1, 2, 3, this. I can reach that forest right here, so I'm just gonna use it to cover this. Totally fine to just heal up here. Stay around. Guess we go. Stay like this. Grab another artillery. Very, very defensive. But I should be able to hold the cities I want to hold, because I'm not trying to hold this one. Because this tank's going to get distracted having to fight over here in the middle. We'll see how it goes. Once you actually had a plan, that's great. Losing due to timeout sucks. It happens though. What did Price Mac do? Lots of recon stuff. Makes sense. He comes in, hits my poor tank. Tries to kill my tank with an infantry, but fails. Ooh, interesting that the copter went for the recon. Okay. So my copter has a choice. You can either one-shot this copter or it can hurt this tank. I think it's probably better to go for the copter kill. This tank can kind of run for its life. We do get this capture, which is nice. We can either take this guy out using infantry, or we can use the artillery. I think the infantry makes more sense, because I'd rather reposition my artillery. Oh. And we'll have to make sure we keep copters in the chain. Try to go for a swing there. Need to save this recon. It's going to get absolutely trounced by opposing recons pretty soon. and save the tank. Looks like we're even on income. What I can do is like move this tank down here and attack from the city. Going for this capture. Not super great though. Also try and block this tile off and go for this capture. We're swing on this infantry. Pretty darn well. I did also take a huge tank hit. Very risky to put the tank over here, though. Not the tank, the artillery. But I guess it trades out for a tank if the tank comes in and hits it. Comparison, if it sits over here, it kind of just trades out these that shoot infantry, which is certainly not bad. Garrick did lose to P1 land, Poland. It happens. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess it's fine, we can just have our copter. Have to be here. Jeez. You have quite a few copters around, though. Infantry support, sure. Problem is, Rhizomatic's going to have power, and I'm pretty sure Grim with power. Oh, it doesn't one-shot. Okay. That's how it works. Lord Frognos, congratulations on now being the #1 player. No pressure. You are now the player to beat. Yes, we'll do. I need to run away from these other regions. It's a decent spot. This is a better spot. And I can also run down here. If I was going to run down here, though, I should have done it before. Should probably go for that. Here. Then we will, in this case, take the kill. That, or we hit this guy. I don't super like that because it just gives this guy a target. Right. Just try and get instead. On Scavenger, Grim got moved up to tier 2 because of how dominant he was in tier 3. Artillery. I like this spot. Say that right over here. Actually, okay, if the recon covers this spot, then see if this has initiated an endless copter trade. I think it would be an endless copter trade in my favor, but we'll see. Game end. Oh, Starflash resigned. Starflash resigned right before I'm getting to some turns I might be in games from losing. GG Starflash. The unfortunate thing that happened with Starflash here is that they timed out on this turn. Or no, after this turn, the timeout. Just move here. Or he just moves here, and then ran out of time. So I got a Von Bolt Lightning Strike. Yeah, when that happens to you, it's just game over. I wanted to check how we were doing in high funds now. We make it. We're in top 15. Or we are 15th, I should say. We're on our way. Somehow I'm almost the same ranking in standard as I am in high funds. Oh my gosh! Look at the top 3 in high funds. They're only separated by decimals. Oh, you guys can't see it. My big old penguin face is in the way. There we go. That's wild. They're so close together. And then Jokas is just 10 behind that. Ooh, Starflash is close to taking the number 1 is Fog. Anyway. Fake going for the comm tower first. Like a mad lad. It's not surprising when you realize that 1 high fund ELO equals 100 fog ELOs due to inflation. Ooh. Zukil's in league and playing versus Inkagark. Oh, that's exciting. Is Zukil just playing 1 game? Just 1 game, okay. Very exciting, though. What happened here? Recon's just moving all over the place. Sure. Aha! He snuck by its vision. So sad about the base skip. Shouldn't have happened. Whatever. Yeah, a very aggressive play, that. Two, 3, 4, 6. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 6. Go here. Here. And then captures. Unfortunate. Spotted doing this. That's okay. Could be worse. Stand here though. 5, 7, 8. Doesn't see me if I go. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it does see this. There's potential that they go and sit on it next. You're not even in the woods. Well, if you're not in the woods, that means you didn't actually see this. So that's great. It's very weird you're not in the woods. Love to threaten that city, but safely? So let's just take a slightly more elaborate. Our Drake battlecopter. Oh, this game. Why you guys gotta make me play as Grit? City? So far behind economy. Triple slam into this? Is that's right? Only the fighter covering? That's mine, I say. Hey. Venezuela, that's awesome. also insisting that this is mine. Also going to be trying to insist that this is mine. That might be a riskier prospect. Important that his anti-air doesn't go down. It needs to tag this fighter. Probably goes to here. Fortunately, the fighter is the only thing over here that can actually do anything to copters. You also need to be aware that there's a very nasty airport lock coming down on me here. It's not that scary. Basically, but if I'm able to trade a copter that I just built for an anti-air that traveled all the way across the map, then that's a huge tempo win for me. Because it's very easy for me to replace a copter here, and very difficult for Jake to replace an anti-air. Boost this guy. Pick this guy up next turn, which is probably the plan. Or I can actually go back with you. Send this guy back to pick up a mech. Depends on if I need to use these artillery, or these APCs for blocking. One of which I do think I should put here to stop this recon for coming around and hitting. We're gonna have to have some sort of line going here. The artillery here, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's kind of promising that I'm going to use my normal power next turn. I just think I get more units and kill more than I lose. Yeah, well, it definitely depends, or it definitely matters where you're killing stuff on the map. You can kind of look at it in like an isolated incident. Be like, oh, anti-air kills copter, but then you have to look at what's this gonna look like in the following turns. What's the situation gonna look like? So the anti-air goes up, it kills a copter. I have like an artillery here, it kills the anti-air, and then I just build another copter. and then suddenly you have no answer for the copter like you did before, right? Well, there'll be these other copters. That's the general idea. Like this anti-aero, 1 turn, it's getting 2 turns, 3 turns, 4 turns if it wants to replace the anti-air being there. Here. Yes. It's interesting that none of these infantry got put in place to interrupt this, so a vehicle has to do it. And the vehicle has to be a tank. It's very weird. As long as I cover this city, is safe here. I probably don't need this APC. I have to have my artillery. Fine. I don't think it matters which one of you goes to capture. One of you. Let's put infantry here, or I can put an artillery. Artillery can die. As long as it's covered by 2 other artillery that aren't overloaded, it would be fine. How often do you guys play live games versus these standard ones? I play live games very seldomly, but sometimes. In 7 days, next weekend, I'll be playing a simultaneous live game, or live games against multiple people at the exact same time at the Advanced Wars by Web Versus event. Which the last one I played a live game against Tordred on Caustic Finale. Which you can check out if you'd like to. I just want to buy a fighter. How much damage? innocent little fighter. Where's the fighter? You do a lot of damage. My poor innocent fighter. Fighter does live. Probably not worth it. So we'll probably just get another copter for now. Since this one can't reach. Olaf super AA one-shot my fighter. Yeah, Olaf is broken. They are more durable, but not when they get brought down to 8 health. The snow, the global damage. It's a nightmare for the poor fighters. I think I'm fine bringing this artillery this way. And then now it's covering this spot. It's checking out here. Actually help block this off. Stopping that, and then it can only hit from one side. Again, this anti-air can hit here. It's certainly welcome to do so. Getting him back. I am inclined to go. Probably asking for a little too much trouble. We'll just block this one. In case I'm putting in artillery here. Out of range. Infantry. Put this guy here and this guy somewhere else. Actually, just make a little wall. It does kind of give up a lot of pressure on this corner, though. If it was an eagle fighter, it wouldn't have gone down. Or a Sturm fighter. Or Bumbled, of course. Going here. It's nice because it threatens to take the city. Okay. do this. What do I do with this one? Just a complete rotation. 4, 5. Okay. Awesome. Here. Nope. Oh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, just don't reach the artillery at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, interesting. Careful with this guy. Could fall back and just cover the airport. Might be. Build the copter. Try to sucker in the anti-air. It's got two options. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Here. You screenshot this. I guess streaming stops that. I might actually be able to. Love to be able to guard this while moving the artillery forward as well. That doesn't look nice. I can't not stand on the airport. That's important. guess I have to retrieve this one. Here. And then I have to kind of threaten that I will indeed use my power to finish off the anti-air. I can use this APC. APC wants to start heading back anyway. Maybe to here. So can double kill this, but then I can get revenge. Can't double kill it. Okay. That's looking pretty good. Can I use another artillery over here? Oh, there's another tank coming. We will. Little overkill on the artillery there. That's okay. And the last is you. I don't think you need to move. You're kind of in a great spot. Covered by this. Yeah, you'll just stay here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because this tank doesn't reach past me. And then I think you also just stay here because you're covering this. Okay. 4 infantry should cap? Oh no. Alrighty. LFS did indeed go for the interrupt here. Tried to interrupt here. No, that's mine. I feel like a lot of the frustration could be avoided if the FTA counter infantry was at the top base instead of the bottom base. Ah, doesn't like the comm tower harassment. You have been lied to. Interesting. So ended up getting a rocket here, which would be a lot better if I didn't own this comm tower. Because it does stop this one. Also got a lander, so it might be landing the rocket. That guy out. Double kill this guy. That might be better. Or double kill and then retreat with the infantry and try to heal him up. Bringing this guy forward. Over here, you can join cap to get this one. And move and shoot. Probably to here. This goes through. Capture, join it. Question is, do we just go block this harbor? I can block it with this guy instead. Do I just go pick up? Well, I'm totally fine if that rocket's not getting picked up by the lander. We do this. Actually, kill this. Kill. Get a rabbit neo tank. Really? Solidify this fight? Stand here. No way to stop this. Two, three, 6. Okay, so we have to check. Can't do it. This does not kill this. Yeah. Best you could possibly do is knock this guy down to 6 and then hit it with this guy. Which is max of a 52. This was doing a max of a 32. harbor, maybe. Let me go back here. Maybe get a mech. I get a mech that I don't get a Neotank. And I have 2 comm towers. I think a Neotank. Yeah. Can actually threaten. Potentially one-shot stuff. Go back. Don't get a mech this time. I insist that I'm holding this. The next question is, what do I want to do with this recon? I think I want to try and heal it up. And stand on the harbor. I think works. Nothing here really wants to spend its time attacking at 1 health recon. Either just chill out here. I think this is stoppable. We have this comm tower, and I think we have enough forces to guarantee that I will be able to weather the storm with the assault on it. Heal it on opponent's fort. Value-wise, we're not doing amazing, but my opponent does have a lander and 2 black boats all over here. That's a lot of their value. And this rocket isn't going to do anything this turn, I think. It really wants to hop on the lander. That's the only reason I can think of why you buy the lander. Otherwise, it has to spend its turn both base locking and hitting an infantry down to 5. Doesn't feel great. Okay, what's going on here? No power from Leary. Oh, that means if I'm aggressive, I might be able to just chain powers. Also means I probably just lost a bunch of infantry for the most part. Yep. Okay, there's a copter to take out. Oh, the artillery left over here. Interesting. Wait, was there tanks? There's tanks there, but they're not next to the city. So we were definitely going to take out this cop. We're probably going to start threatening this comm tower. This guy can't reach until I take out this copter. I can't reliably do. Since recon's coming from my poor infantry. Good night, Advanced Warrior. Did lose a lot of infantry there. I'm probably down. Only by 1 infantry kill. It's not bad. Let's have you reveal the copter. Take it out. We'll have you just heal up. Bit. Love to break through and take out this artillery, but it's probably really well guarded. I think instead we'll just try and work on guarding our own artillery. Yeah, I probably won't be able to get my power. Bad. Down to 1 ammo. Yeah, we'd have to go through this copter's tile, and I can't do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I could break through over here. Hit artillery. Tanks will be able to get me. Well, I guess the tanks are going to go after this anti-air, but I'd also be really overextending. I think I'd rather just set up the artillery line. Thinking noises intensifies, exactly. The little the woods! Everyone into the woods! Hide! Go this. Here. 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 Want another copter. I'm gonna want another anti-air. Just could stay here. Breaking this is a huge deal. And I would just rely on this guy being here. Doesn't really defend my anti. I'd rather defend the anti-air. We can start checking it. It does reveal the tanks there. We'll just stay in our little woods. Sadly, Leary's gonna be able to use the market crash first. I didn't have a way to break through this copter to get the tank strikes. To the trees! Let's see what my... Too big, too big, too big. My poor recon! And attacks my infantry. Wow. Complete disregard for penguin life. Actual skill. That's not yours. Who said we could go there? Should have done that. I should have checked to see if there's. You. Check out. Nope. Marching on over. Whoop. Make everything blue. Okay. Attacks have been strong enough over here. It's good to see. I can recover. Recon, you can do that from here. Very safely. And then to make people happy. This is, of course, a recon heavy game. Love. It's captured. We'll risk it. The harassment has been strong enough that I think we can get away with it. Team value killed though. Gun spam, go! Everyone's classic copter triple recon build. These copters are, of course, being sent over here, not really to deal with the land army, but to deal with these islands, so I can take them for myself. Got so many games. Going to the islands, exactly. Here. Oh my. Ah! Do get both comm towers. Okay. So many turns. We'll see if we can survive until the 4th missiles. Interesting that the tank moved up like that. Still more tanks in the back. Wow, that's rude. Unfortunately, it doesn't give me enough moves to get in there. Question is, do we stall out longer? Definitely kill you. I guess I actually reset stuff. Take that out. Take this out with anti-air support. We'll probably make it to the 4th wave of missiles. The blues are so similar. They're pretty similar. To 37. Isn't it? Copter's out of ammo. Doing some serious work. Brutal game. Okay. That. Case. I don't know if I have to check those ones or not. Just take this guy out. They didn't actually give me my seat. Try and use the recon and infantry. This guy. Big, tiny bit of retaliation. Rah! Extra far with you. We used to take this guy out. We have this strike. Followed by that strike. Let's stay safe. I go for that tanker, just go for the con. Might be better. Sadly, you also can't make it. Okay. I think we're going to make it to the final missile barrage. Which I think is an achievement in itself. Imagine he resigns. I doubt it. Not as Rachel. We'll just double tank and get I'll just save the cash. Hey. Value-wise, we caught up. But we're about to get absolutely raffle stomped. The attack itself will probably kill like a few things, but then the missiles will land and I'll be just dead. This. Can't reach. You can reach. What? Tank. This capture. Interrupt this. Dead. Mountain. Now that that guy's there, I can... So... Old. Probably a tank here. $18,000. Oh gosh, another great game. No surprise there. Ooh, this is a pretty cheeky play. This would have been the advantage to going here, but I would have just lost an infantry for it anyway, so we can just run it. Then for the full collapse. Go here and here. Something in front of the artillery, but I can't. So I'll put this guy here. I guess I could. Yeah, that's fine. Here, probably better. Stack up. Alrighty. I really don't like grit, yeah. I don't know why everyone likes grit. No, the lander. Oh, okay, the units did indeed retreat. Sure. Great news for us. Clean this up. Poor lander. Now we can try and rescue Peninsula. Get him! Time to build another lander. I'm willing to do it with the Freelander. I don't know about spending 12k. Try. You have to use a Jess power soon. And you should keep it taken in case the lander comes back. I think the lander's doing a front shift. Dropped off here. No, I guess it just landed here. I can check. Okay, it just couldn't reach here, so it must have. So it could potentially be trying to bring something else over. Also go here. That city. 5, 6, 7 doesn't reach. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 doesn't reach the comm tower either way. So let's take that vision. Interesting. It was an artillery that came through here. I'd rather. I'm fine leaving. I can always come back if stuff is dropped. Tank here, and there's an artillery here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it can't be here. It'll be over here somewhere. It was. Envision. Makes me feel pretty comfortable playing this tank. We'll wait. So we have a slightly stronger strike force. Then we will go for the peninsula. Question is, do we strike here to slow down the harbor capture by a significant margin? I think so, because this guy's going to be checked for. This is the moment. Ah, here's the artillery. I can almost reach it. Good thing I didn't move onto that city. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The tank covers this, so we're fine just sitting. I think I'm okay. I'd like a little bit more before I start a fight, but I have an artillery cover. Just normal power to get it. Oh, big old fights happening on this one. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Looks like I got a little greedy with an copter there and I got picked off. Slicer was onto my shenanigans. Okay. This. Then have this strike. Keep capturing that. Probably join cap that actually. Get this. Oh my, I didn't think that was just one shot. Okay, we'll just run that. There. Think about that. Over here looks kind of rough, to say the least. Delay the comm tower capture. It's probably the best we can do. And hit this tank. Over here, we'd probably take you out. You're on your way. Yeah, this is just the best move. This is very easy to take out. I'm not quite sure. Testing the water. Which is fair. We are going to interrupt this. I'm worried about maybe I don't need to be worried about that. I mean, there's enough infantry backing this up that hitting this guy's not really going to matter. Turn. I don't care about injuring this recon. I wish I could wrap all the way around to hit this tank from the city. But we will accept just this damage. Fine. We'll send you here. I probably got that one. Take a little look-see at what's going on. This nonsense. Okay. There's not much. Line. grab some now. It'll be a little while before this transition. So let's double up. Portland. I'm gonna see if we get hit by the rain here. Like that. And like you just did. Still cover stuff in the rain. Only up to here. Full health would be nice. I've got 2 minutes. That city. Take that city. Take my comm tower. Starting just a tank. Just tank copter. Taking the beams. Get our butt out of here. So I want to injure this infantry. Max tanks are very terrifying. You gotta remember though, it takes a lot of zoning. But on this map it's absolutely horrible because it's 2 base. But you see here how strong the Sammy Mech coverage is. So that's kind of what you have to rely on. It's just lots of zoning. And normally it's a lot easier to do because if you have 3 bases you can kind of have some tanks as to serve as somewhat durable walls for your mechs to defend. Let's look at this. We knock it down to 5. You finish that off. What? Okay, there we go. So I was like, there's no way a 4 health mech does 65 damage. Okay, so that looks like it does not. 7. Yeah. Unless that recon has chip on it. Check. Very quickly. Where's that recon? That recon has chip on it. That's that recon. Oh, it does have chip on it. That's the same recon. That recon has... on road. Who's on road? That recon has 4 to 7 damage chip on it. Okay. So if you're at 4 instead of 5. Ooh, okay, that's probably worth going for. The next thing we have to look at here is that retaliation Max can go for against this tank. It's copter tank. So like we can cover it with this mech against the tank. Then just double copter as well to cover against the copter as well as AA. Okay, that seems like I can go for that attack. The only thing that can block is this 5 health infantry, and I have a full health infantry to finish that off. So that looks like a fine attack. Let's see. Do knock it down to 4. Okay. 3, 4, 5. Can't reach, so anti-air does go step here and take this guy out. Here. I have to hit from over here. Also, potentially having some annoying things to do over here. I put you here. Here. Like the option of starting to have an offensive against this. The only thing I'm giving up with that is infantry. I think is fine. It just means it won't be able to go either of those tiles, but that's okay. So we'll do this. And the next question is, do I go for this city? We'll have copter supremacy in the area, so probably, though there's a lot of infantry staring. If I retreat, so if I need both copters over here. Makes me think that I should hit this infantry so that I get to hold the city for another turn. Don't rescue the infantry. I go for that. You are also a huge threat to this copter. I do need both copters to also be a threat to finish off this tank. I really want to rescue this, so I will. 4, 6. I could sit here with my copter. But that's much more awkward. Regards to combating this copter and tank if I don't have both copters staring at this. And really, this sitting on here achieves the same thing as this infantry sacrificing itself to slow this down. We'll do this. That lets me my copters together. Thing here has a downside. I really want an infantry, so Benchwarmer cannot quite get a max power. At least not without using this copter. That would be the one that would utilize the max power. Another copter. Don't go for this. Come on. Without a power, do you one-shot this? And why is max gotta be max? Well, that means we don't go there with this copter. We'll have to take that spot right here. 6? That's actually fine. Opens up this strike. I don't like that. Really need to make it onto the city. Go here. Get more mechs. One more tank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One more tank makes sense. I do need something that can actually hold a position to some extent. That's I went over the 2-hour mark. Sorry, guys. These games will have to wait till next time. We can choose our CO for Potato Paradox. Is this a new map? I just haven't seen it before. Potato Paradox. Okay. It's tier 4. What would people like me to play? We can play as Adder, Grim, Jake, Jess, Cole or Sonia. This is standard. This is the map again. Potato Paradox. Jess Bryan says Adder. Rip says Cole. Lord Frogner says Grim. 2 for Cole. Okay. 1 for Sonia. 3 for Cole. Looks like Cole is winning. No one said Jake. Cole it is. Or Jake. Oh. Okay, now we'll move on to some replays. Whichever is my least played amongst those. Probably Cole? Actually, it's probably Adder. Yeah, Adder's at 3. Sonia's pretty high at 6. Maybe this account will never play Jake. It's very possible. Jake is seen way too often. I agree. We also haven't played Combi. Or Combi. Combi's only unbanned in high funds. High funds tier 1, specifically. Hey. Okay, so the first game is going to be Ashthor Hawke versus Wahoowa Hawke. This was put in by Wahoowa, who I believe is a long-time viewer, first-time submitter. And this was their first Global League game. Wahoowa. There, right there. Woo! Couple ice, and their opponent is already very handily yellow comet. Facing as it should. Oh, this isn't an elite game, this is a global league game. Okay. No, this is a Z game, not a global league game. So we'll see how this plays out. So far, everything's looking good. Going for the captures. Very nice. But this is your first Advanced Wars by Web game? Is that right? Hawke vs. Hawke. It's the game of chicken with the powers. Looking very solid. First ever game. Oh, this is looking very, very good for a first ever game. Went for the base first and everything. Alright. Going for the city chain here. This is, of course, a pretty nice move. It's got a lot of options. It can go for this city. It can hop onto the lander. It can just move down to go for this city. And we have the tank here, which is nice. It's a nice solid choice to shut down this area. It doesn't stop this capture, but that's okay. I'd usually prefer to move the infantry here, but I don't think it matters. Global League is a fun experience. Form rivalries against players that you repeatedly play against. Get to track your growth. play against some challenging opponents. In comes the tank. I like it. And we just do a wave, a round of infantry buys. Makes sense. This tank is similarly is sitting up here. We went for these double captures. That was probably in response to the tank, because it wouldn't be able to mess with anything going on over here. Ooh. Base skip from Ashthor. Or Ashthor. Very aggressive. Trying to protect this, I guess, but a little bit too focused on over here and just not recognizing how scary this hit is. Which is something that can happen a lot. You see one threat, and then you miss that there's a secondary threat. The unit. A very good pickoff, didn't just slam into where the initial target was. Okay. Making sure that this tank is covering all of the infantry, that's really good. I'm not quite sure where the lander moved to here. Ideally, you want to have your lander if it's not, like, you can keep your lander over here, it's fine. Right here is probably good, so it has a lot of options for what it could pick up and potentially drop places. You can also just block off terrain. For the most part, it's not going to super matter, but like blocking off this harbor is really good, because then the tank has to go around, like this, to go over here rather than through. Oh, you thought I couldn't get hit there. Yeah. They can always hit you from the shoals. It doesn't have a safe spot to stand. But tanks do like no damage to it, so it's fine. It would just serve to give you a charge advantage. Okay. Very nice. And your opponent has delayed getting this airport for a really long time, so you don't have to worry about any immediate copter threats. Ooh, that's just barely not covered by this tank. I think your opponent's learning the dangers of being just a little bit too exposed. I'm not quite sure why your guys are huddling around the copter like this. The copter can, of course, reach really far, so as long as you're outside of anti-air build range, you can move these guys. Like, this is fine because you're threatening this capture. This move, I don't think does anything. It doesn't threaten to interrupt this capture. It doesn't threaten this comm tower. So I would much rather move to, like, here. Second. Got a little spider trying to join the call. Yeah, I don't know why this guy went up here. But in general, you can kind of, if they don't have a way of dealing with your copter, you can kind of treat your infantry in its range as invincible. So placing this guy like here is really good. It threatens the city, it threatens the comm tower. If all of the surrounding tiles are not very good defensively, so if this infantry hits here, you can pick it off with your other infantry. If the tank hits here, it has to be, it's open to being hit by the copter, well, just on planes, which would be a great trade for you. Ooh. Goes for the interrupt over here. It's very dangerous because this tank can get a really nice first strike out of this. But what your opponent's probably thinking is, well, now I have 2 tanks, actually 3 tanks, so I'll be able to get the advantage afterwards. However, they do have a slight problem with this. in that you can do some very fancy blocking maneuvers if you want. We'll see. We'll see how you handle this. I like what your opponent's doing in general, though, is just trying to collect all the forces together so that they cover each other. But there's some really nice positions to put infantry here that will kind of split the tanks apart so you're no longer covering each other. It's even scarier than that, though, because this copter can get involved, and then there's like you can have infantry here, and then this tank gets trapped. Goes for the comm tower, sure. Okay, so I would prefer putting the infantry here. That's okay. But this is, yeah, this is pretty good. It's a nice wall. This infantry can help break this. If this infantry was here, then your opponent would not be able to get a 2-hit on here. But it's totally fine. This works out, I imagine, pretty well. And it's really much the power of just infantry in general and having a larger unit count in an area. They just kind of get in the way. That's really good. So if we look at this similar kind of situation, where it's like, yes, your opponent can trap you in and then like build a tank together for a strike, but it's not the same because you have the infantry of your own that can clear the way and rescue your tank. In this case, I would much prefer if the tank strikes first, because it will take far less damage, and you don't want to have your infantry get chipped down like this. Okay, so I like the anti-air getting brought in here. Have a copter by a bunch of infantry, sure. Okay, so the downside of having all of the to try to win this fight is that this side is getting seriously neglected and is going to kind of get raffle stomped by Hawke powers here. Oh, be sure to capture your comm tower. Okay, so with the comm tower capture, you have a lot of really good options, actually. Probably the best one is continue capping here. This infantry comes down, probably kills this with the comm tower capture, and then you can go copter, infantry finishes off this infantry, and then you get both of these properties. And you can retreat over here, or you can bring your tank reinforcements up and start capping this property. You got lots of nice options. We'll see what you do with this copter. I'm not quite sure why your opponent just cycled an infantry out there. Okay, our tank down, retreating back. Yeah, hits over here with the copter. Very nice. You can go for the comm tower, or not the comm tower. You can go for a city capture here rather than going for this forest. It just forces your opponent to do something, and that's really good for you when you've got this fight happening on your 2-base side. The copter can still come in. You have multiple tanks staring at it. This is a brawl you want, and going for a capture forces the brawl to happen, or gives you the city. It's kind of a win-win for you. You have a join cap happen here. Can interrupt this comm tower, which I would probably recommend. Go for it. This is risky to go for. Join cap will make it so this tank probably doesn't die. Well, I guess you can kill it if you want. 5, 6. You have the 20% power. She probably will. That's what he's there. So this guy can go for this tank. And he can do tank, kills this tank, and then 6 health tank comes in and hits the anti-air. And he can build another copter and kind of swarm over this with a bunch of infantry as well. Okay, this tank buy is really good. Because now this tank can't just freely keep interrupting this airport like it has been. Starts threatening to take that city. Okay, yeah, you can go for that too. If you want to kill a tank on a city like that, then as long as you have 20% firepower boost, which you do because you've 10% for being Hawke and 10% for having a comm tower, then you need to use 2 full health tanks to do it. And then they'll guarantee kill it. If you have 10% firepower boost, you have about a 30% chance to get the kill. But 20% is guaranteed. So you would strike with this one over here, have this one come down, strike from the road, and then you can have this instead hit this anti-air, juicy anti-air hit. I like how you didn't really feel the rush to complete the comm tower capture. Might as well take the infantry kills while you can. If this tank's at 2 health, and you, especially if you're attacking from a mountain, definitely go for that attack. The lower the health of the unit is, the less defense it gets from terrain stars, which means that all the luck damage that you'd be going for is going to be much higher, but also they don't hit you back very hard. So going for the luck rolls to get the chip damage, put on our bow tie. So going for the luck rolls to get the chip damage becomes much more worth it. Okay. So here, things are looking very, very scary for Ashthor. Does get this airport, which is really nice, and can kind of put on some pressure over here, which is also nice, because they can chain vehicle buys here. The tank can run up, get some damage, these infantry can run up and kill this infantry, and then just builds another tank, which means that this tank really can't touch it. Over here, you kind of have to fall back. Yes, that's right. Or no, 11 to 20 is 2 HP. So there would also be a chance to kill him. Probably not very high though. I think that's a high 2. It looks like Ashthor is just trying to protect this infantry. I prefer to go for the infantry kill. And then you're still technically protecting the infantry because this guy would have to come in, a 6 health infantry would have to come in, and then you get to trade it out and have an advantage that way. Also, first strikes are really good, so definitely go for them. Whoa! So this anti-air is doing a very important job, which is stopping these copters from just absolutely overwhelming this front. So you can't really put it in an exposed position like this just to take out an infantry and expect things to go well for you. Okay, if you are going to use the anti-air in an exposed way like that, definitely immediately build another one. So that's a really good move. Kind of a fundamental play that will serve you well in the future. The if you want to have a chance of interrupting a cap like this, you need to be at least a 3 health infantry. So might as well just save the 1 health and use it as a blocker. Or you can try and repair it. Yeah. This is gonna happen when you send the anti-airs forward like that. You think Hawke with Comm Tower and 2 HP has a 50% chance of interrupting the cap? I don't think so. I don't think 20% firepower is enough. Maybe Sammy does. Even then. It is true Yellow Hawke doesn't have Comm Tower or 2 HP. But, yeah. So this is really good over here. This is putting on a lot of pressure because looks like this was a join cap, so should get back to that actually. Join cap. So the really nice thing about joins is that they max the HP for that number. So this is a max health infantry right now, which means there's 0% chance that a tank hitting this could knock it down below 3. Oh no, Math Blitz, that's not going to be 50% though. Because of all the rounding. That's probably like 10%. I guess. I'm surprised you can even reach it though. Evening, Zoronius. Okay, it's a good attack. Clear this out. Try and get the interrupt. It's not gonna bring it down, but it's okay. Get the damage. This is a nice attack to go for because normally this is kind of opening up the tank to get hit from the comm tower while it's on the road. But since this comm tower capture kind of needs to be finished, it's not actually going to be an open spot to be hit from. So it's kind of some free damage to go for. Okay. Normally I would say I prefer to go back and heal, but there isn't actually enough stuff back here to protect the anti-air. I guess that hits pretty good. Look, this is copter covered. So it sadly does not cover it. So we're about to see some pretty brutal damage here. Double comm tower Hawke. That's plus 30% attack on everything. Damn. So much damage. Little join thing. And yeah, this is a risky thing about having just one anti-air around like an impassable piece of terrain as the copters can just. Okay, so 55% base damage, implant inf modified for 20% attack boost. No. I think you've got that wrong. So you do... You're going to have a base... your attack is going to be 55%, or 55 plus 20% of that, which is 11, so 66% is your base attacking. And then you're going to only attack, and then you have to divide that by... and then you're only doing 20% of that because you're at 2 health. Which... Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to use the calculator. Okay. We have the calculator. So, I mean, I'll double check that this was right. It's, yes, plus 11. So we have 66 times 0.2. I'm just ignoring the luck damage currently. And then you're going to be taking out 30% of this. Is it really 9.24? Okay, it's 9.24. I thought it would be lower. Your math is right. We can look at what the max would be. So you'd have 75 would be your max roll. No, you have 66 because of the 20% firepower boost. Sure, I can explain luck. Times 0.2. That's your max roll. Barely over. So the way that luck works is so everything has a base damage. So like infantry on infantry, if we're just on roads, so we just ignore defense, is a base damage of 55%. And then you multiply that by your firepower. So in this case, if it's a Hawke with no comm tower, or just a CO with just normal comm tower and normal stats, you would add times or plus 55, or no, yeah, plus 55 times 0.1. That's 10% more power. There's our base. That's our set minimum damage, and then assuming we're at full health, we'll just keep that, and then your luck roll is going to be a 1 of 10 options of plus 0 to 9 additional damage that's added on top of that. So our range would be 60.5 to 69.5. And that would be the damage going forward, which then gets modified by the defense of the opponent. So let's say they're on a road, it would just go through as that range. If they were on a city, then you would be multiplying this by 0.7 because they do 30% less damage. So if we're still looking at the minimum damage here, we can times this by 0.7 and say we're attacking something on a city. And then you drop the decimals at the very end. So it would be just 42 damage would be the minimum. If the decimal is 0.95 or higher, it will round up. Otherwise, it'll be dropped off. Each terrain star is a 10% defense boost, but terrain stars scale with health. So this, so like this 5 health infantry right here that's standing on a missile platform. A missile platform gives you 3 defense stars, which is a nice 30% defense, but since it's a 5 health infantry, we would divide that in half. It's only giving 15 defense. Yeah, luck is 0 to 9. Yeah, CO defense is not modified by health. So when you use a power and you get that plus 10% defense, that's a flat 10% defense. Sturm with the plus 20% defense, that's a flat 20% defense. It's way better than terrain stars. You get it with a 6, wow. Yes, luck is always 0 to 9 unless you have a CO that changes luck. And if you have a CO with bad luck, the way it works is that the good luck will roll. So let's say Sonia, who's the only one that's playable. Your good luck will roll from 0 to 9, and then your bad luck will roll from 0 to 9, and it will subtract. And then that's what your luck roll would be. And that's going to kind of... that means she averages towards... she trends towards getting 0 luck, which is why she's really unreliable for chip damage. Really unreliable. It's not like she's rolling one die that could go from -9 to 9. It's 2 dice that then subtract each other, so it tends to be smaller. It could just use mod 10, yeah. She'd probably still be in the same tier. She would just be no longer the worst CO in that tier. Anyway, back to the game. We have a nice hit here. That is covered by these tanks. Another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it's not covered by these tanks. They don't quite have an X-ray because this landers here is blocking this access, and this tank can't reach this because it has to be the one that takes out. Oh no, never mind. It is defended by an X-ray, because this infantry can be used to clear this infantry out of the way, and then this tank can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and hit this tank. They do not balance the COs. The CO balancing is done purely through the tiers. So if a CO is performing too strongly on a map, then the CO will be moved up a tier. There's no balance patches. That was a double base skip. That hurts a lot. There's no balance patches to change how COs work. There's map patches to make some COs less strong in a specific way, and then there's moving them through the tiers. I'm totally fine with her super not giving the extra counterattack boost. It makes sense with how the game works. Although, I think it's probably surprising to most people. Very nice attack over here. Kind of removing the defender of these units by eliminating it, and then bringing in the copters. If they could just get rid of Sonia's bad luck, then she'd feel... I don't know how much stronger it would make her. It would make her definitely stronger, but more importantly, it would make her feel better. So that was a really good attack over here. Some very strong pressure. There wasn't a way, I guess, to save the comm tower. Is that right? Yeah. This is well done by Ashthor to get this comm tower back. Or not really get it back, but just get it for the first time. But at this point, Wahoowa is very far ahead here. And Ashthor resigns. Doesn't even finish the capture of the comm tower. That was... Oh. So, very, very good job of covering your units. I saw that happening a lot. And that's going to serve you well going into the future. And this is a very impressive first game, I gotta say. Quite interesting that games that have been played for a long time without balance changes can still have meta shifts. Yeah, it's possible in Advanced Wars by web because, of course, map rotations, which change up the game a lot. But also there's a lot of... there's like the core bread and butter units that have rock, paper, scissors matchups. And there's like a huge roster of more situational support units. You're getting crushed in your second game? Oh no! But the huge roster of secondary situational support units can change up the meta quite a bit, because in some metas they kind of just get completely ignored. Yeah, I would say we haven't reached the ceiling of the game. I don't think even Voice of Akasha has. And then next on my list, we have Nightmare. Nightmare of. We have a Jess mirror. Apple! We have a Jess mirror on Stalingrad. Between Nightmare of Heiankyou and Starflash. I guess I'll turn the Starflash into the Penguins. Couple of noobs. Yeah, Nightmare is the Eagle player. They're one of the top fog players. Not particularly inventive. How rude. Okay. So Jess is an interesting pick on this map. There does tend to be quite a few tank fights, but there's also very strong use of air and transports, which isn't really Jess's strong suit. Looks like Starflash is just going to go for a tank opener and didn't go for the city skip over here like Nightmare is doing. Which will give... the difference is going to be that Starflash next turn is going to have 1k more than they would have. So we'll see if that matters with Starflash's buy here. It did not. So we'll see. The next thing we'll get to see is if it means that Starflash doesn't get this this corner city. Nightmare goes for a fast artillery on the top. A slow recon with an APC. Ooh. Nightmare got here right before this tank was able to interfere. It's actually really bad for Starflash. Got trapped. And this is gonna finish, and then the tank is gonna hit. Ow. It could be a lot worse, though. It's definitely unfortunate to have your first unit go forward and get pummeled like that, but this isn't standard. This is fog. So as long as you don't lose the unit, you can very easily recover by just retreating and healing. In standard, this can lose you like the entire game. But it's also not something that would happen in standard. But yeah, in fog you can just kind of fall back and be fine. If your infantry is on the comm tower next turn, shouldn't theirs be on the comm tower due to the FTA? Counter? It really depends on when the what timing you decide to go for the comm tower. Okay, Starflash City does a city skip to get this comm tower. That's in response to this. Sometimes I feel like I say fog is too easy. Fog is not too easy. Fog is really difficult, much like standard is. But you're not... in standard, you'll just die from a mistake like this if your first tank gets struck in this kind of situation, because your opponent will very easily be able to leverage the entire map in response to that. But in fog, you have some wiggle room. The fog itself helps protect you. You can still do moves like this. But on the flip side, of course, this kind of thing is actually much more likely to happen in Fog than it happens in Standard. In Standard, you're not going to just kind of move your tank, get trapped on an infantry, and be stuck on road in range of another tank. That's just not going to happen in Standard. So, you know, they each have their own... This is such a bold and unwise decision. The reason why this is unwise is because it's never going to be just... If a tank shows up at your comm tower that fast, they did not just send one tank. That's just throwing away an infantry. That's someone being a little too cocky. If this was... Because this is Nightmare thinking, oh, I just got a really good trade on this tank, therefore I won this front. No, that's not how that works in Fog. Your opponent can still have plenty of stuff hiding in the Fog. Very interesting. I actually like Starflash's approach here. I would normally maybe try and heal this up, and then I would just kill off this infantry. But wants to get both of these interrupts, which I think makes sense. And then, yeah, now there's multiple tanks defending this. And then Less Nightmare has been constantly resupplying this side with all of the vehicles, which is very unlikely after you get a great trade like that. Starflash is just going to be in a great spot now. Who submitted this replay? It was Cookie Lamb. I believe. The fog giveth and the fog taketh away is exactly right. So this tank got the kill on that recon, which is pretty good. It would have been really, really bad if the tank had not gotten the kill on the recon, but it does get it. Oh, Nightmare goes for a base skip to get this anti-air. I don't know what Nightmare was reading in Starflash's play. They felt they needed to base skip anti-air tank. But I'm not seeing it. I guess it was the idea was if they're going very aggressive like this with this tank, they must be going for a very aggressive copter follow-up. In that case, I just wouldn't get this tank. I'd go anti-air, probably artillery here, and then infantry. Okay, so Starflash is... You can see that even though it was set back quite a bit from that initial strike, just kept investing into the area, and has come out ahead here. You're hoping to see Nightmare in chat. Yeah, I would probably have an anti-air. I would not get this copter. I'd probably get an anti-air if I was Starflash, because a copter supporting down here is very, very, very common. It happens very quickly. Okay. Very interesting attack. So the recon comes in to to help finish off this tank, and it's going to get some good vision. It's going to see this tank here. And, I mean, we'll see what happens here. These infantry kind of have to save this tank, otherwise it's going to die to the tank 2-strike retaliation. Okay. This is looking good for a Nightmare, though. Kind of recognizing that Starflash has invested a lot on the bottom. You like curving out your income? That might be something to work on in the future. Okay, so it goes for this city cap. The problem is that these two guys killed this. Curving out means that you spend all of your money every turn, and then you're spending more and more. Like, you're making more money each turn, and you're spending it each time, so that you have as much of your money on the field as possible. You don't think the tank dies in that case? It took 4. It's probably like a mid 8 here, and then 8, and then another. You go check the math. Okay. I mean, we'll probably find out right here. Infantry fights. The 3. And it dies. And the recon goes down. Oh, it doesn't go down. Go for the interrupt instead. That's totally fine. Oh. Stops the city cap to kill the infantry. That makes sense. Or not the infantry, the recon. That's usually worth it. The vision is huge. I mean, I've been in this scenario a lot. This is a pretty... I mean, the kill happens. I don't know if it's 100%. Yeah, the 1 HP... 1 HP recon, I don't know if it's worth more than a 10 HP recon. But it's still worth a ton. So this is what Starflash means by curving out. Starflash has 24k, which is more than what they had last turn, I believe. Maybe not. No, it definitely is. Okay. And so they want to figure out what kind of buys do they want to make that equals exactly 24k, and that way as most money as possible is on the field fighting, and that's only going to matter when there's ongoing brawls that you're immediately reinforcing. As soon as there's a lull in a fight, then curving out and spending all your money, making sure you're not floating anything, is going to start to hurt you, because you kind of lock yourself out of teching options. I think it was 80%. You gotta remember there's 3 luck rolls involved, because there's the counterattack, and then this one, and then this one. Very nice combo here. And it just goes for some infantry hits. Very nice. Nightmare. Very sad the Jess Copter doesn't get this kill. It's a little bit of a reach. Probably go for the 4 health. Finishing off the tank is going to matter a lot, because now these tanks can run away and they can heal up, and then Starflash is still going to have a very strong vehicle count. So there's ongoing brawls here, but Nightmare does not kind of curve out their income. They could have built a mech, but it's better to float a little bit more for options next turn. So Starflash is kind of doing what they did against Tordred on this map, which is like just fight. But it's better than their Tordred game, the game against Tordred, because the fighting's not happening right here. It's actually happening around properties. So there's immediate gains that are happening because of the fighting. And Starflash is purely relying on copters to fight copters. I would not recommend. Very unfortunate with the range. Oh, just barely a range of the copter beating it up. I don't know if Starflash is making a huge gambit up here, but the general idea is if I trade out, to try and trade out the infantry, so that even though the like vehicle fight is losing, there can't be much follow-up to that. And has almost achieved it. There's really just 2 infantry left. They are definitely hittable. Yeah. The bet is that all the infantry have been wiped out, yeah. Ooh. You have a super. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 9, that's not enough. 10, 11. 10. I don't know why. I guess I'm about to find out. I don't know why Starflash used a super here. Was it to try and wall around the comm tower? This must reach here, yeah. Okay. No? I think all of those guys could have died without the super. That was a very dubious super to me. We have a normal power out of Nightmare. I don't like the tank being sent forth to interrupt that. Because so many tanks have been revealed over here. But I do like just using the normal power here. Wow. No join. That's what is this? That is asking to be absolutely destroyed. There's absolutely no support for this. The reinforcements are more than a turn away. There's known infantry in the woods watching. Ambitious. Ambitious and bold is what I usually say. One health infantry is the front line. Yeah, this is gonna hurt a lot. Whoa, what? 3, 4, 5, 6. Why take the damage? That's what was that? Starflash, where are your tactics? Copter first. Tank hits artillery. Ugh. I think Starflash took that one on the phone or something. I don't know. I don't even know. I like falling back here though. It makes a lot of sense. Plus, where's my dismay? Ugh. It's a guaranteed KO. It's on the plains. Yeah. Alright, back to it. Oh. I was so aghast that it killed my internet. But we're back now, it seems. Okay. So Nightmare starts retreating. Highly recommended. It's not a guaranteed KO. Minimum damage is 99. Really? Even with 20% power on your tank? It's still a mistake. Like, going with this attack costs you 3 tank health. This doesn't cost you any tank health, and Nightmare still wouldn't be able to stick around. Like, the worst case scenario is still really good for you. And then the best case scenario is way better. You don't have any damage on your tanks, and this artillery is like at 2. Okay. We have the fallback, and then the copter's coming to try and save the day over here. You didn't know if there was something on the right side of the arty? I thought you had vision of that. You don't. You just barely miss it. Well, you had your recon. I'm not sure why you just kept your recon up in those woods. That was really weird. But that could have come down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have no idea why you didn't bring that down in the first place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It sees everything. You even see the clear route down there. You like hiding vision? It's way up at the top of the map. Unfortunately, it gets found. Happy face. Run away. Makes sense. We attack down here. Lots of healing up, which is good. So right now there's a huge lull in the fighting. So this is the perfect opportunity to start getting really creative with your buys. There we go. We have a transport copter and a recon and a medium tank and infantry. Still curving this out, which is fine. You see that Nightmare also sensed a lull in the fighting and floated a lot of money. So we'll see what Nightmare gets with that. Against then a little dubious to float a bunch of money and then attack before your floated money is going to be able to do anything. That's okay. This is going to hurt a lot, actually. Probably think Starflash still has quite a bit of stuff invested up here. But not only that, but Starflash has started building anti-airs. We have Neo-Tank, Battlecopter. Sure. I think I would prefer Stealth over Neo-Tank if I was going to float that much cash. Because Jess Stealths are pretty good. You don't have to buy an APC. And it's something that your opposing Jess is going to have very little to counter. But this is a great attack by Starflash. Even doing a really good job of protecting this anti-air when going in for all of this. This is kind of what you want to do. Is the anti-air gets covered up after it takes out the copters. The best way to keep them alive. And then you get the true value out of them. Okay, now Nightmare is looking in a really tough spot. Fortunately, Starflash very weirdly goes for this 5 health tank. It does get a kill, which is nice, but there are a lot of copters. So going for the anti-air would make sense to me. But I guess the anti-air would just kind of retreat and heal up, so it's really not bad. We have triple tank. Okay, so Starflash has no artillery, which is probably going to start becoming a problem here. The fighting force is completely direct. We have triple tank copter. Okay. So no tech up out of Starflash. Nightmare's got a tech up. Only one, though. We'll see if that's enough to get something done. It is important to kill your opponent's vision. Reorganizing your army, that is true. Oh, okay, there we go. Now you have a tech up from Starflash. Copter's forced to come in over here. It really doesn't want to. Luckily for it, it's only going to get hit by a copter. The anti-air doesn't quite reach. Alright, Nightmare's kind of stuck in the middle of the map, which is often referred to as the strongest position, but it's only the strongest position because you can go to different parts of the map. Being in the middle itself doesn't really get you much. Alright, Starflash does not go in to punish this. Interesting. I thought that was going to be the main point. Nightmare kills off a recon. Get some infantry pickoffs. This means that Nightmare really wants to start a brawl. Never mind. Maybe Nightmare just wants Starflash to think that they want to start a brawl here. And instead wants to get Starflash to, like, overextend over here without thinking where the army could be. You can see how this would start a brawl, and that's usually why you would go in for that recon instead of letting it live. Okay, we have Jess Super. Unfortunately, it doesn't really have great targets. The problem is, I think what happened was Nightmare saw what looks like the outskirt of like a ball of units. Didn't check, didn't like confirm with this recon, and so pops the super, and oh no, army gets split. Oh, that's really bad. Ooh, Nightmare gets a fighter, so it was perhaps anticipating the stealth buy that I was talking about. So this really is unfortunate. The super happens. It has a few hits over here, and then so like a quarter of the army goes up here tank-wise, and then the other tanks hit on the other side, so now they're split, and then the heavy-duty hitters weren't able to get involved. You think the fighter's anticipating a bomber? Oh, for the Neo tanks? That makes sense. We'll see how Starflash does this. I'm not quite sure why this infantry went up to hit this APC. I guess what's happening is Starflash is like, I just need to get this infantry out of the way. It can do whatever it wants, as long as it's not here. We have the full wraparound. Interesting. Because this is taking up a spot that could hit that anti-air. It's okay. Still hit from over here. Some pretty good damage. It really wasn't as devastating as I thought it would be. The Neo tanks are still fine, and there's no artillery with this. Although Starflash's Neotank is in the woods, and Nightmare isn't going to have a super because they just used their super. So in that case, it is going to be probably fine. Yeah, because only but B-copters. The copters get to beat up the tanks, but there isn't like a huge breakthrough that lets the Neotank get first. Got some tricky movement. Fighter gets a kill. This AA is really far away. So we've got the trifecta of tech units against the Horde. Unfortunate for the trifecta of tech units, two of those guys in the Horde can actually deal some pretty good damage against the Neotanks. It's very important that while a fight like this is going on, the players are still putting pressure on the sides. Retreat. Okay, it looks like Starflash isn't interested in trying to crack that, which is fair. It looks pretty nasty, and instead is signaling that this comm tower is the next target. It has another Neotank on the way. Great use of an infantry here to get mountain vision over all of these vehicles that are protecting the medium tank. And we do have the lab cap. Okay. Comes some nightmare attacks. Healing up these units in the back. See walling. Neotanks are trying to stay connected. Okay. Kind of setting themselves up to go for the comm tower interrupt on the following turn. That's what this infantry's job is. Unfortunately for it, it got hit. Taken out. And this is important to... A lot of people kind of miss this. Even though tanks... Actually, this kind of is true for all of the rock, paper, scissors units. As soon as the unit gets low on HP, you can attack the counter. Infantry got fired from his job. Poor guy. Neotank goes down. Starflash is checking to make sure there wasn't a Neotank built here, because that would make this attack much less happy. Probably should have checked first. That's okay. I imagine this infantry is going to go for this capture to have another threat during all of this. But it might finish the lab. Nope. Okay. So this is a pretty big overextension. But I did kill a Neotank, but most importantly, during this whole thing, the comm tower is being captured, which is a huge deal when you have these large standing armies. Bam. Neotanks, of course, very good against medium tanks with that first strike. And the medium tanks are also very good against neo tanks on roads with a first strike. Oh, drills a hole through the army and gets the interrupt. The overextension didn't get its job done. It hurts a lot. But Starflash does get the super off of this from all the damage taken, as one would expect. And now there's going to be a lot of pressure put over here, I imagine. The retaliatory super. Comes the pressure for this side. I'm surprised this tank was used for this, but it does more damage than the infantry. You like trading army when you have a big income lead? I like doing that too. In this case, it wasn't quite a favorable trade. I'm surprised that Starflash is going in here with this Neo tank. This is a super Neo tank, though. So it's pretty strong, and we have a base skip. Now you might think that, like, at this stage in the game, base skips don't matter. But you gotta remember, infantry matter throughout the entire game. Luckily, Starflash has a pretty healthy 14 left. Super Deluxe Ultra Neo Tank, yeah. It's got two guys that are staring at it with hungry expressions, but they don't go for the kill. They decide to go for the nice front switch and stop this front from completely falling. And the fighter gets some more damage done, but it has probably got its last one shot. Another Neo tank coming out. Starflash is now 6k ahead in income, which is really good. Okay. So that was because a Neo tank doesn't have a 100% chance to get the kill here, so went for the chip damage to finish off the tank. You can, in fact, I think this is strictly better to hit with the Neo tank first. Because then you have a chance of lowering its health, so this can potentially do more damage. Unless there was already chip damage on that tank. That's okay. But that's a sacrificial play that you can see happen a lot. So the game has definitely transitioned into Neo tank. As the new tank. Starflash has 3 Neo tanks. Nightmare has 2. Feels like resigned territory for Nightmare. It's getting to look a little tough. There's always the potential that your opponent kind of blunders into you. And Nightmare does still have some really strong forces. But yeah, on the sides, kind of getting torn apart. Oh, the lab cap for dominance. Okay. So it looks like Nightmare's run into definite infantry problem here. Transports are trying to make up for it. Starflash has recognized this and this are the weakest cities to go for. Also goes for this comm tower capture, which I think is not going to end up going super great. Don't like that this copter was used. Is this the closer copter? Okay. Roll front switch coming down. It's a really small movement. It's fine. The super will be on the table in the future. But this is an opportunity for Nightmare to kind of get back in the game, as if Starflash did something really silly, like tried to kill these copters off with these Neo-tanks or something. Just kind of left them out open on the plains. But Starflash is not gonna do that. Does use the power, break through to get artillery, and then gets a Neo-tank kill. It's pretty nice. And then starts taking cities. There's no infantry in range to interrupt this one. So the vehicle has to like go away from the fight to interrupt that, like that. So now Nightmare is probably dead in the water. Can get some good damage on these Neo-tanks and can potentially interrupt the comm tower. It's going to continue to bleed economy here. Okay. Very interesting that that tank was used. To interrupt that. I guess it's just because Nightmare really wanted to kill off that new tank. And then there's the resign. 2 more cities were about to fall. Actually, 3 more cities. That was just going to be a capture victory. Goofy music for goofy tactics. The game has gone on for quite a while for the 10. For having such a large disparity, but that's just because Starflash was kind of getting in position to take the targeted cities. It's a really big map. But that is good play, and it looks like Nightmare was also recognizing that this was a weak city. Put a fighter on it to delay it. Usually you would be able to get the comm tower, but Nightmare did a good job of always managed to break through, and I think that was mainly because Starflash didn't have any artillery with any of these attacks. So when the big units come in and take out your own big units, you don't have the nice cheap artillery to retaliate with. Yeah, there was well, I think what happened was everything got put into the middle, but the sides were not able to be held. And then the income comes too much. And even though Nightmare has some pretty nice engagements, once you get down this much money, a lot of pressure gets put on you. So it's around here. Or this over here has now kind of been neglected. Starflash does still have some presence on all of the sides. This gets captured. The movement from Nightmare over here is really slow and methodical to try and see if there's any resistance. But then look at where Nightmare's army has to be. It's way back here. It's having to prep for the comm tower, which means that all of these properties are now really exposed. Yeah, it's rough. It's a tough map. But it was played very well. The tactics on both sides were really strong. And I think that Nightmare had a better job of utilizing the money when it wasn't in an ongoing brawl. So we have Max versus Kindle and Caustic Finale here with Zoronius. We have a ruler. Okay. Face to right. Face to left. Seems good. It's almost a certainty that it'll be reviewed soon. Only if someone submits it. I don't really go out to seek other people's games. I'll go out and find my own games and review them. Because that's like me submitting to myself. But I'm not gonna just go after someone else's game like that. This was a fun one. So this is a matchup I've seen in Fog. I don't think I've ever seen it in Standard. Max versus Kindle, but for people that were commenting on if there's ever been balance patches, this is the equivalent of a balance patch. Kindle was too strong in tier 3 on this map, so she gets put up to tier 2. Yeah, I submit myself. And I give myself priority too. I have that power. Yeah, and she is still strong. Now, I would say that Max probably has the advantage here. But Max also lacks the artillery, which are really strong on this map. And there's quite a few points where there's a lot of brawling around cities. Over here in the corners. And kind of the middle, this middle-ish section, this city can also be brawled around. And that's going to favor Kindle a lot. Interesting. So usually this artillery is kind of built and goes up here to secure this island with all these really nice choke points and 3 properties to cover. You can also send it down here to try and get this really contested one. But that's more vulnerable to kind of tanks breaking through. Because there isn't that choke point protecting you. But we'll see how it goes down. Because this infantry isn't in range of this. Zoronius can start this cap and then put the artillery here. That'll be nice and safe. I guess even with this here, it would still be nice and safe. Because the tank has to be used to break through. Another artillery, and there we go. That's what I was just talking about. So the tank moving into this position means that it can threaten multiple parts of the map at once. It's threatening both fronts. Over here, stopping this harbor getting captured, as we can see here. Even threatening down here. And the weakness for Zoronius in this regard is there isn't another infantry in range to start this capture up again. But you still have to kind of let yourself get hit by an artillery to go. Oh, the tank just goes for the front switch. That's not worth it. So at best, double tank, lots of pressure up here. At best for Max here is that this capture gets interrupted, but it costs 2 infantry. And it's looking like it's going to be worst case is that it gets interrupted at the cost of 3 infantry. Or, I guess, in the worst case, it's going to not get interrupted and it's just going to cost them infantry. Or it's going to get interrupted, but just by turns and not, like, denied overall. So these guys are just kind of being thrown into the meat grinder if they're trying to stop this at this point. Okay. So this is looking good. You can see how strong these artillery are when there's choke points involved. These tiles are impossible for a tank. There's only one spot they can hit you from. You can just block that even with an injured infantry. And now this capture can't be denied by this tank without getting shot. That infantry can, but it also stopped this capture. Okay. So this is going to be the second infantry that's sacrificed for this. It's going to be really sad because this can just be join capped. This is also really risky to do against Kindle because infantry can hop on the city and beat up your guy on the shoal for a lot of damage. Kindle has plus 40% attack when attacking from urban terrain, which is cities, harbors, labs, HQs, airports. So everything except for missiles. Ooh, that's fine. Just gonna join. We uses the tank instead. That works too, because now that's even better, because now these are immediately threatening these captures. And you might be why is Zoronius stop this capture? And that's because if you capture your opponent's city, it's a bigger swing. And since there's nothing in range to stop this right now, it's a golden opportunity, because if you finish this capture instead, a tank can be built and then I can come in and stop you for the following turn. Did Zoronius leave chat? Zoronius said this was a fun one. Okay, so this is looking good. Very good use of the infantry, the Kindle power to hold down these positions. It looks like Max is going to go for the kill on this tank, and that's something Max can do. Probably want to take the comp tower just in case you want for less retaliation damage. But that's a guaranteed kill for Max, because Max has plus 20% attack power on direct units. So even without comp tower, that's guaranteed. Oh, I don't like all of these tanks being sent down here, though, because this is two very close together bases. And that's really hard to fight into, especially when there's an artillery that can really make use of the unit count. Yeah. You go for this attack, but the tank can immediately retaliate. The good thing about this is that the tank can't make it onto the city. So it's not as bad as it could be. Okay, I don't like this attack. because that's just putting you in range of this infantry that can be immediately reinforced. I know it's threatening the city, which feels nice. But I'd rather attack from over here so that your infantry can't be hit by this guy. Oh, and we can see this. So you can see how big of an income swing this will be. 19 to 17. So right now Max is ahead by 2k. 17 to 19. Now Kindle's ahead by 2k. It's huge. That was a 4k swing in income. Starts capping the city. Gets some good damage. Okay. I'm not super sold on this artillery movement. I think I'd prefer if it was moving up here and then the infantry were helping to shield it. That's okay. And there we go, double tank. Like, what do? You can't immediately reinforce these guys. So if they stick around, they'll just get taken out by the reinforcements. Hey, Mark. Not sure why this infantry just stood here. I guess it's stopping this tank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's not doing anything. So this guy should definitely... Well, it's at 4 HP though. So I think it's fine. The nice thing about 4 HP units, especially infantry, is that they can attack the same type unit that's at full health and do damage and then die. So like if we look at this wall here, if just imagine it was a perfect wall, like there's an infantry here, and this guy was available, you can run up, hit this, knock it down to 8, die in retaliation, and the tank can come through and bust open the wall. So you can either heal up your 4 health infantry to have them like hit harder in brawls, or you can keep them around as wall breakers. I'm your favorite content creator whose username is 2 letters followed by a number? Whoa. You think it was a case of I have no idea what to do with the unit? And the really scary thing about 4 health units is that it's very, very, very easy to overlook how they can break your walls. Top level games are decided by 4 health units. 3 health units can do it too, but a 3 health unit has a chance of not knocking the infantry down low enough. Go7 is adequate. Ooh. So what happened down here, I think I missed it. For one, I don't think this is a very good max power, but that's okay. There's about a 30% chance that you get a 2-hit KO like this with just 10% attack power. So that's what happened there. And then the artillery is now exposed if the tank has extra movement. Damn. Now, it's not really worth using your power to hit a single artillery. I think. But, it's okay. Four HP units are better than 3 HP units. Ideally, I guess you'd have like a really, really low 4 health, but I'm pretty sure they'll just die. Unless you're attacking from really favorable terrain. Like an HQ. Or if you're a CO that has greater than average defense. we have the Kindle power, which helps delay this property. It also does some decent damage across the board. It's a medium tank for some repairs. Pretty strong. And again, this fight over here is happening within 1 turn of reinforcement. And immediate reinforcements are very good because when you buy something and it's immediately reinforcing, you know you're buying something that can deal with the attacking force. Very, very weird that this tank is going after this infantry rather than hitting this other tank from the city. Guess it's because this tank really wanted to finish off that infantry. No, not, I mean that artillery. Had very personal feelings about it. Okay. So this is something that Max would love to have happen, is kind of get the fight back over here where both bases have immediate reinforcements towards each other in the middle, and all of the properties are off on the fringes so Kindle doesn't have all of that extra damage. Charging forward here. Interrupt. There's now 3 tanks against 1 tank. This one's just not quite in range. Alright. So Max is kind of getting what they want here. With the medium tank being bought here. But they are also in a lot of trouble on these corners, where a lot of income lies. Okay. I'm not very excited about that joint cap. It does mean that 2 tanks will have to strike it instead of just 1. But that's totally fine for Kindle. That's true, there is the AA. So there's no copters on this map because there's no airports. The reason you get an AA here is for wall breaking, because it can one-shot infantry. But in a upright brawl, it's going to be pretty weak in response to tanks. But if your opponent is using artillery, then I could definitely see getting an AA, because, well, in this case, a max tank can break through this because it's an infantry on a 0 defense tile. But when it's like on the plains, the tanks aren't enough without the power. But you can use an AA to do that. Ooh. Now Zoronius is kind of overextending a little over here. Whoa, wants the power. So you go for attacks like this. This is a disadvantageous attack, so that you take more damage. So you get your. This is when you really want your power. So you go for bad trades, because the way the charge works is 100% of the value that you take in damage goes to your charge bar, and 50% of the damage you deal goes to your charge bar. So when you take a lot of damage from an exchange, you get a lot of charge. And that's what that attack is for. It only did 1 damage to the medium tank, but that wasn't the point of it. It was to get more charge so that an Urban Blight could be used this turn. Now what the Urban Blight does, it doesn't enable any like 1-hit KOs from a city, but it does hit 4 vehicles and means that this city can be captured rather than having to be used to interrupt this one, because the Urban Blight itself interrupts it, and I think that's what the point of it was, because this guy was sitting here without finishing the city for quite a while. It was about the turn you started capping 2 of Max's cities. Max might have been thinking, I'll use my power, on a turn I'll use my power. The AA can one-shot them. That's possible. I would have thought it'd be purchased to deal with the walling with the artillery. Because these artillery setups are kind of ruining Max's day. Max is also in a lot of trouble because, of course, the corners have completely fallen for them. So Zoronius is up 5k. Oof. Really don't want to place your medium tank in range of the other medium tank. I think that was just a little bit of an oversight there. That's definitely going to cost him. Yeah. You can see how... Oh my gosh, and these guys are just all staring at this. It's a very unfortunate placement of Max's units there. Gets hit by both sides. And there's a resign. I think that's definitely a fair resign. Down 7k. Main army got pincer struck. It's always sad when the evil side wins. I don't think Kindle's the evil one in the matchup between Kindle and Max. Just Kindle the CO. But that was very well played, and very good use of artillery. And just winning these corners decisively. The Penguins won, that's all that matters. Alright. It's been 4 hours, so I'm gonna call the stream there. We'll be back tomorrow with more Advanced Wars by Web. I will leave you with an apple! Ah! Have a good night, everyone. GG!